Good afternoon, everyone. It's Sunday, June 14, 2026, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Call for Two. You're joining me for the second live stream of the day, playing Detective Season 1, Case 3. Mouthful. This is the final case in this box. And this game is several years old. What is it? 2020? Somewhere in there? 2020. Now, we have played the first two cases live on the channel several years ago. This box is a spin-off of a game called Detective, a Modern Crime board game, which you can actually see down there in the corner. My hand's disappearing. Quite a special game, a little bit divisive, but won lots of awards. And I happen to like a lot. In fact, Greg and I played it over COVID remotely with two computers separately over Zoom, both of us having a copy. It came out, as I remember it, slightly after Chronicles of Crime, and in my mind, those are the two sort of games that reignited some of this detective deduction stuff. Maybe you might call those the second wave of mystery-solving detective games, with Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective in the 80s being the first wave, and then I would call Chronicles of Crime and Detective, a Modern Crime board game, the sort of second wave, both heavily app-based. The original Detective Modern Crime is Porto and Ignacy Trzewiczek, and then that game did so well and spawned a whole bunch of follow-up games. One, which you see on the shelf above that, was Vienna Connection, my favorite of the set. Vienna Connection was quite special, spy-based game, a stack of 100 sheets. You can watch that playthrough on the channel, as well as a long discussion. And for me, that was the high point of the series. After that, weird things started happening to this series. It spun off into a Dune game, which was a train wreck and a promised trilogy, and just quietly pushed under the rug. Never announced that the promised trilogy was not going to ever come out. They just stopped talking about it. Very weird. And you can watch my long review of Dune House Secrets and what went wrong. I go into a lot of detail in that review talking about what went wrong. And while everyone was clamoring, lots of people were hoping for a Vienna Connection follow-up or a Detective Modern Crime follow-up. Instead, they learned the lesson to push out these little games. So they released a couple of expansions for Detective Modern Crime. And then they did a Batman Tell No Lies, which I heard was a little bit better, but I didn't play. And then they released this odd thing, maybe not in that order, which they rebooted it into Detective Season 1. And these cases are a little more streamlined. The original Detective Modern Crime board game had some hallmark clever ideas, and one of them is this dig deeper action, which we'll see when we start playing, which they kept. But there was also a thing about resources being used and different players with asymmetric powers, but they were gamey attempts to put some gamey elements into the main game that didn't always work. And in Detective Season 1, they've greatly simplified that. And I think it's probably to the game's benefit that they have. But it's been so long since we played this that I don't remember how much we liked the other cases. But let's take a look at this and remind ourselves how to play. So 3 cases in this box. Instructions, some reminders. This does require the use of a special portal on the internet, which I have loaded up here. Unconnected games. This is the board for the game. Really not much to it. In the original Detective Modern Crime, you could play different characters which had different abilities. These are here just as filler. They don't really have any special abilities. Well, they don't have special abilities. At the back of here, if you wanted to with your group, read these and they'd say like one person is in charge of the internet and one person's in charge of the board. Okay, I want you to also notice that there's almost nothing in this box. It's totally empty. It's just on what you see here is just surface. Here are the 3 cases. Each one is just a set of cards here. So we played the first 2 cases. We've got a couple of components. You see everything is just a shallow little set. These cards are for identify, like they're little, like to look at the faces of people you meet. They really don't serve any important role in the game, but we will need these pieces, at least some of them. Car and time, and this is the case we're playing today, Solid Alibi. Okay, all of this can go off screen for us, as well as these we won't need. All right, so this is our board. Here's our little reminder of how to play the game. Maybe we'll go through that, but let's go through the rules together as a little bit of a refresher. But I should check in with the chat, see who's here, see how everyone is doing. Debbie Levy has joined us, a rare treat. So there are 3 cases in this box, but they're not connected. So if you haven't seen the previous 2, that's fine. All right. Song of the Loot says Chronicles of Crime was fun, and lots of fan-made cases for Chronicles of Crime that we haven't yet played, and a whole new suite of Kickstarter new Chronicles of Crime coming down the pipe. Kate says, I loved Vienna Connection, haven't played the original Detective. I think the original Detective is a pretty cool experience. It's multiple cases that are connected, and if you treat it very seriously, I think you'll have a great time. But you have to be one of these people that enjoys the journey more than the end, because I think the end could be a little bit of a letdown, but I do think Vienna Connection was the high point. Okay, let us remind ourselves how to play. All right, so the board comes out. It's got a track that tracks how much time you have. You have a limited amount of time in this game. You travel between places. When you travel, it costs you an extra amount of time. So a key part of this game and the original is you're not going to be able to see everything. You'll have to choose how to spend your time wisely, and when you run out of time, you will have to try to answer questions. Take notes, log into the database, okay, and then case essentials is extra information. All right, so we will have our board here. You can see locations. There's the police station, fieldwork, headquarters, the lab, and campus. So ignore all this other art. It's not important. It's just a matter of when you're at one place and when you want to go to another place, it will cost you an extra hour. So sometimes you want to try to arrange it so stay at one place, do everything there, but you really won't have much choice. All right, you'll have lead cards, always 23 card deck, it seems. There's our database. So occasionally we'll be able to look up something in the database. You can see that we can look up people's names, a file. We can look at a questioning, in which case we might see their stress level. And we might be able to look up DNA or fingerprints, stuff like that. It'll all come up as we play. We don't have to figure that out ahead of time. Here's a reminder how time works. Depending on the case, we'll start at some place. We move it. When we get to a certain point, 5 hours left, then we would try to brainstorm our theories of the case. When we get down to 1, we have one last lead, and then we have to do the final report. Locations, just keep track of where you are. We'll be using a little card to tell us where we are. If we're already in the place we need to be, then we don't pay an extra time. But if we need to travel somewhere to do something, it would cost us an extra hour. Almost all of our time will be spent reading these lead cards, and you frequently won't know the cost in time. I'm not sure, I don't remember if you'll know the location ahead of time, but you flip a card over, you go get a card, and then it'll tell you how much time passed. So you don't always know how much time is going to pass until you get the card. So here are our actions. Follow a lead, dig deeper, browse the database, take a portrait. That's not really an action. It'll just tell us when to do that. But this dig deeper is one of the key mechanics, and it is an interesting little attempt to make a discussion in the game. So sometimes you'll read a lead, some time will pass, and then you've got this dig deeper, which is basically like, I want to explore this avenue a little further, which is sometimes cost this resource, which is right here. I forget what they call those, but let's just look at this. Follow lead. Okay, so we read the card, everyone reads it, but we don't get to flip it over. We follow the instructions. Using the laptop never costs us resource or time. So anytime we can do that, we just do that. Now, the dig deeper. If there is a little dig deeper option on a card, we have to make a choice then and there whether to pay to dig deeper and take up more time. If we do, we get to see the other side of the card. If we don't choose right then and there to dig deeper, or we can't pay for it, then the card will never be able to see the back side of that card. So we can't see everything. We're gonna have to make some tough choices there. And the game instructs you to put the cards on the left or the right to help you keep track of which cards you are allowed to read the back of. So which side does it want us to put on the other side? If we get dig deeper, page 6, okay, it's going to tell us that later. So if you have to spend skill tokens, those are the skill tokens. We'll start with a certain number of them. And some cards will say, okay, you can follow up this lead by going here, this lead going there. That's not the same as dig deeper. That's like a Sherlock Holmes game. Whenever we want, we can do that. At the end of the game, it's normal, even expected, to have many leads unpursued. All the leads in order. Okay. If there's just an arrow, we just do it for free unless it says dig deeper. All right, all of that is fine. Now here's the dig deeper, the most interesting thing. So if you have this option, you must spend this to dig deeper. You have to decide that in there. You can't come back later and spend the resources. In a rare instance, you might be forced to follow more than one lead simultaneously. Do them in any order. Okay, if it doesn't do this, don't flip it over. We'll see all this @ sign if there's something we can look up. You can only read database entries when you are given the entry title. Never search the database for numbers or name unless specifically instructed to do so. It doesn't cost anything. Sometimes it'll tell us to take a portrait that just gives us a face to put to the name. Occasionally on the internet database which is called Antares, we might be able to read an interview, and while doing that, we might hear about the interview subject's stress level, and this just tells you a little bit how to think about it. Basically, the higher the stress, the more emotionally reactive they are, or the more they're lying. Kind of cool idea. And then when we get to the end of time, we answer questions. Okay, and then we've got the 3 cases, 2 of which we've already played. So the first case was a professor. No spoilers if you remember that case. The second case was in a mansion and a death. Again, no spoilers about that. And the case we're playing today is Solid Alibi. So let's just check in with the chat, see if there are any questions before we read the backstory and the setup. Bagona Romero says, last weekend I started playing Vienna Connection on my own. Well, I'm curious to hear how you like it. All of these games are much harder to play totally solo. Vienna Connection is one of my favorites, though. It's really a shame that they did not make more of those. Shall we get started? Okay, here we go. Solid Alibi, Case 3, May 13, 2020, 9:30 a.m., Boston, Massachusetts. You arrive at the station, step into your office, and see the stack of files on your desk. You're finally here. You turn to see your boss, Delaware, standing at the door. Was there a line at the coffee shop or what? You can sense he's obviously in a bad mood. He doesn't wait for your explanations and immediately gets down to business. The victim is Robert Parkson, 45. He was found last night by one of the employees at the motel. As far as I know, he was shot twice in the chest from a short distance. Our forensics have been on the crime scene since midnight. The body has been transported to the morgue for examination. I've already received a call from the lab. They managed to secure a lot of material. There weren't many guests at the motel. It's not the most popular neighborhood. He's interrupted by a female police officer who enters and hands you even more papers. Unfortunately, the evidence suggests this case might have something to do with mob activity in the city, she says. I had a call from the lab. There's a good chunk of evidence secured at the crime scene. Yeah, and some idiot already published an article on the local news blog, so the entire city's already talking about it, adds Delaware. The idiot is David Howe. If it wasn't for the mafia, the guy wouldn't have any source of income. For years, he's been writing a blog about the city's underworld. We need to close the case as soon as possible and find out what's going on before the media declares we have a full-blown mafia war here, says Delaware, scratching his head. The case is yours. Bring me a report within the next 24 hours. Okay, little mafia case in Boston. Boston has a real history of the mafia. Maybe big mafia families. You think New York City, Chicago, maybe Philadelphia, and Boston. Boston was Whitey Bulger's group. Famous, vicious mob. I think Whitey Bulger was Boston. Famous vicious mafia guy that was actually working for the FBI, who was covering up lots of his bad deeds. Okay, goal of the case: find the circumstances of Robert Parkson's death, the murderer, and the motive. Okay. And we got told about some stuff we want to track down already. Unlike something like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, there's no directory, so you couldn't say, oh, here's the morgue, let's look up the morgue in the directory. Instead, we're going to get some starting cards, and we'll be told exactly where we can go. So you don't really have to remember where we can go, but just remember that we've been told there's lots of good evidence at the morgue, at the crime scene, etc. Okay, that's our goal. Find out the circumstances. Case setup. Put our timer on 24 space, so we've got lots of time, the maximum amount of time. The car goes in the police station, so that's where we're starting out. Take the portraits deck, mark 3, which is what I have. Face down, we'll be told when to use that. Okay, read files 300 and gain portrait 22. And then, in addition to this may be giving us leads, we've got some starting leads here. So, we're going to read file 300. We're going to look at portrait 22. And then we've got three starting leads. We can go to see the autopsy report. We can talk to David Howe, the reporter who covers the mafia, about his article, or we can go to the crime scene itself. Seems like we're going to end up doing all three of those. Those seem critical. None of those do I see us skipping. So that's our setup. Let's see if there's anything here we need to be reminded of. Team game. Oh, what about the starting number of skill tokens? Gain a number of skill tokens equal to 6 minus the number of players. So we start with 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, those two we don't get. 5 skill tokens. All right, and what else do we have here? Teamwork, it's a team game. One case, one deck. Each case has its own 24 card deck, a cover card in 23. Cast a wide net. Let's see what its advice here. Consider each lead available for going down, following a few leads based on a variety of clues to build a wider picture of what's going on is often much better than focusing on a single lead. So its little piece of advice is breadth first search rather than depth first search. And I think one of the gamey mechanics here, one of the, maybe not gaming mechanics, I shouldn't say it that way. One of the strategic elements of a game where you have limited time is not to go down leads that you think are just going to confirm information you already have a good idea about. So once we know what the murder weapon is, we shouldn't be going down leads that are just going to give us alternate ways to confirm that. Our main objective is murderer and motive. Let's remember that. Okay, take notes, write down important stuff, dates, events, etc. Each case has many possible paths. Due to time constraints, you will never see every card. The average number of cards to be drawn in each case is about a dozen. Don't be disappointed you didn't make it through the entire deck. There is no you won card. It's not a choose your own adventure. There's no single card that makes everything click. No final paragraph that says you won and sums up the entire story. So we're always going to get to the end and then have to make some educated guesses. No single card will win you the game. Then instructions on how to use the database. So you have to sign up and register. Then you've got different sections. The database is where we access everything with an @ sign. Files, personal files, questioning, and others. So we've got a file that's going to start out the game, and then we might be able to look up files on specific people. And then when we get information, we might get signatures to check out. I've sort of forgotten how this works, but I think it'll be very clear when we get it. There are some clever stuff about like DNA or blood work and how to compare it, but we'll deal with that when we get it. All right, we won't need this anymore, but we will need this, although I think we're probably going to end up going to all those. But let's start out officially with Files 300 and Portrait 22. So let us go over here. Let me get my keyboard. All right, so what we want to look up is File 300. Okay, that's it. File 300 just says, prepare your notebooks and pencils, get some good coffee, and get to work. On behalf of the authors of this game, best of luck. All right. Not much use to us, is it? Portrait 22. That's no doubt going to be our victim. Doesn't say who it is, but I assume that's Robert Parkinson's, the person who's been killed. Let me read this again. Sometimes when I'm reading it out loud, I'm not really processing it. Victims Robert Parkinson, 45, found last night in a motel that wasn't very occupied. Shot twice in the chest from a short distance. The lab got lots of material, not many guests at the motel. It's not in a popular neighborhood. Evidence suggests, though she doesn't say what, that it's mafia related. They've got lots of evidence at the lab from the crime scene. And we've also got information about someone already published an article on the local news blog. That's David Howe, who we can go speak with. All right. Any preference for where to start, we tend to like to start right at the crime scene before anyone disappears. No one's really going to disappear in this game, but we like to play these as if we're role-playing them. So I can see already there's some... It doesn't look like it's dropping frames. It's just dropping frames to me, which sometimes happens randomly, but not to you. I hope the video still looks smooth. Now, let me remind you, though, something to think about so you can help me from making these mistakes is if one of these was at the police station, we would be well advised to do that one first so that we could do it before we travel. But we're going to have to travel to get to these places. But look, the last two are in field work. So actually, it will be better for us to do those last two together here. So I think it makes sense for us to travel to the lab to do the autopsy, unless we think one of these people might send us to the lab, in which case we should do those first. So maybe we should go to the crime scene first and do both of these before we go to the lab? I mean, autopsy might give us a better idea of what we should be looking for. But these two we'll want to do at the same time. So if we go to the crime scene first, we're going to want to talk to this guy first. But I don't think it really matters here because we're going to be doing all three of these clearly. This guy's going to give us background information about the mob stuff. So let's do our normal process. Let's go to the crime scene first before someone steals that evidence away. So we're going to do field work first, and then we'll pick up the autopsy stuff on our way back. So let's start at the crime scene. 3:15 field work. Okay, so first thing we do is let me put this aside. Let me put this down here. All right, so we're going to travel to do field work, which brings us down to 23 hours left. And now we're going to go get the crime scene card, which is 3:15. Okay, here's our first card. Let's see how it works. So 2 hours. So I have to move the clock by 2 hours, which I will go ahead and do. Already down 2 hours. You reach the slightly sleazy motel in the suburbs. There are only a couple of cars in the parking lot. The room clerk still isn't over recent events. You get to the point right away. Who visited Mr. Parkson and when? How the hell am I supposed to know? I wasn't his keeper. I got other things to do. That evening I was with Susie, our cleaner, who was dealing with the mess left by some idiot in room 103, with the maintenance guy, Brandon. We had an electricity failure in the right wing of the building. He was tinkering with something over there. Was there anything suspicious about Parkson's behavior? I told you I barely saw him. He was just one of our clients. They come and go. He came straight from the airport. He had one suitcase. He unpacked, he ordered some food, and in the afternoon, around 3 p.m., he went somewhere and came back after 2 hours. Next morning, I heard him say something about going to the nearby bank. I didn't even notice he was back because the next time I saw him, he was leaving for lunch. And then he was in his room until the end. Until they shot him. Do you remember anything in particular about that evening? Let me think. Well, there was a car crash in our parking lot around 9 p.m. Apparently some kids bumped into a black van and drove off to the north. Maybe the guys from the gas station know something. I was checking the fuse box when it happened. We had a power shortage on the first floor and I had to look into it. Well, we'd like to see the room. Room 118. It's open, right wing. There are some of your people already in there, he says, pointing toward the room on the second floor. You pass the parking lot, the shattered glass from the car crash, and head upstairs. So remember, we're going to be able to read this card whenever we want. Now, this is not a dig deeper. This is just telling us we get access to the other side of the card. So we're going to keep reading here. The policeman present on the crime scene says that Parkson was found on the ground next to the chair with 2 gunshot wounds in his chest. You walk inside and look around the cramped room. On the ground, under the window, lies a partially unpacked suitcase. You search it, but find nothing special. Just clothes, toiletries, and a phone charger. You look closely at the door frame. The forensics have surely checked if there were any signs of a break-in. You notice a thin cable on the top of the door frame and under the ceiling going down the wall connected to the old TV. You turn the TV on and it shows the staircase leading to this floor. Interesting. Did Parkson make a little renovation and fit a mini camera here? You search the room thoroughly. The air conditioner is loosely attached. You remove several screws, lift it up, and reveal a small cache in the wall. Inside's a Glock, a Homebrew Limited business card, and a note. Sophia, 4:30 p.m., Homebrew, 7th floor. And we've got 3 new leads. We can talk to other employees of the motel. We can check the surveillance camera of the gas station next to the motel. And we can check the Homebrew Limited lead. All right, lots to talk about here from our scene of the crime. Let's take another look. So he's a regular client. And something has got the whole team here at the motel distracted. There's a mess in 103. This guy's room is in 118. It's on the 2nd floor. Both, let me see if this is also. So we got 3 people. Our guy we're talking to, the room clerk, is working with the maintenance guy, Brandon, and Susie. And they're cleaning up some room 103 mess. And there's also an electrical failure in the right wing, which is the same wing as this guy's room. And then we're told how he got here. He had a suitcase, which we found in the room. We're told at 3 p.m., he goes somewhere for 2 hours. At 3 p.m., he goes somewhere for 2 hours. Next morning, he says he's going to go to the bank. This guy doesn't even notice that he's gone and comes back, if he did leave. But next time he sees him, he was leaving for lunch. So figure around noon or so. And then he's back in his room until the end. I mean, until they shot him. Is that a slip up or just how he's phrasing it? And then we say, anything odd about that evening? The evening when he was killed. He says there's a car crash at 9. And he's guessing that some kids ran into a black van. I guess we're more interested in that black van than the kids, perhaps. And then he says, you might get information at the gas station. But I was checking the fuse box. We had a power shortage on the 1st floor. Although room 118 is on the 2nd floor. We see the shattered glass from the car crash. And then the suitcase is unpacked. Nothing special, but we see a phone charger, and a question's going to be, naturally, do we find the phone? We look at the door frame. We don't notice any sign of a break-in, but forensics is going to note if there was. And then we see a cable coming through the door frame, loops to the ceiling, and then comes down to the TV, where we can see he was using it to monitor the staircase. So that suggests that this hotel room is being used regularly for some bad business, some illegal activity. It also suggests if there was no break-in and he could see who was coming up, that he should have known the people who killed him. Assuming he's killed in his room, is that what have we confirmed that? Let's see. And he's hiding in the air conditioner, a gun, that's the Glock, a business card for some business called Homebrew Limited, which we don't know what it is, and a note that he's meeting someone at Homebrew at 4:30 p.m., but we don't know what day, and we can follow up on that. Now, he was found on the ground next to the chair. Okay, so if there was no break-in, he was sitting in his chair, next to the chair. That would suggest that it was someone he let in. If they didn't break in, suggest someone he knows. And do you remember if we were told what time? Do we have a time of death? I'm not sure we do. He came back. He was leaving for lunch. He was in his room until the end. I don't think we know time of death. So we've seen both sides of this. So we would put this on the right-hand side to remind us that we are allowed to look at it whenever, reread both sides whenever we want. I'll tell you what we'll do. I think probably what we should do here is take an early break and give you a chance to leave. If you think this game might appeal to you and you don't want to join me for the playthrough, you could pick this game up cheap at this point, play it yourself, play it with your group. You obviously can't play these games more than once because everything will be spoiled. So if you think you might enjoy this on your own, you can stop watching now, come back and watch this video afterwards and compare how you did. For those of you who are going to stick with me, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Debbie Levy has a great observation. I was saying, well, he's got the camera, so if there's no sign of a break-in, it means he probably knew the person. But Debbie is pointing out that this whole obvious coincidence here about the power being out, which we think is probably related to this hit or robbery of this guy, if it's happened at the time he was killed, it means it may have been done specifically to knock out the cameras, in which case this would be someone who he doesn't know or wouldn't let in. I like this theory a lot, but that would suggest that we are probably looking for someone who's not a friend of his, if that's true. It feels to me, if he's using this room regularly, flying in, if you had to guess, you might guess that this is like a drug deal. That he's flying in with a huge amount of drugs or buying drugs, and that he's been robbed. And that he regularly uses this hotel room to do these deals. So what do we want to find out? We want to find out who could have done this electrical, who could have set this up, and probably this car accident at the parking lot is going to be a clue, perhaps, that will allow us to track down the car that brought the people that killed him. So both very useful potential leads. It would have been nice if we went to the lab and got the autopsy so we knew better time of death. Because we know the time of the car accident, which is 9 p.m., and that was also the time of the power outage. I'm guessing we're going to find out that the time of death was probably around 9 p.m., around the time that this car accident was. So we're in the field work. We want to do the leads here that we're going to do so we don't incur more time. So we could check the gas station to find out about if we got a look at this car. And we can talk to the other employees of the motel to see if we can't get a little more information about the electricity. Notice we don't have to do these now, but we don't want to have to come back here. And then we also have a starting lead in field work, which is talking to the reporter. So the order that we do these field work items is not very important. The suggestion about the gas station, what was the specific wording here? We get told about the car crash. Some kids bumped into a black van and drove off to the north. Maybe the guys from the gas station know something. So surveillance camera might have caught the black car or the kid's car. I would call that pretty essential information. So let's do that first. Although, what's the odds of that being useful? I don't know, but we're going to go ahead and do that. 304. We're hoping to get a lead on the car that brought the person to the motel that killed him. So we're still in field work. An hour passes. That gets us down to 20. Mike Tomper, gas station manager, leads you to the back room and sits at a computer connected to a video surveillance system. He searches for footage from the night, May 12th. He rewinds back to the hours you're interested in. He suddenly stops and points his finger at a group of kids in a red cabriolet. I remember those little turds. They were here late. Everyone was so drunk they could barely stand. When I told them to get out of here, they drove to the parking lot at the motel right next to the station. I think they wanted to have a party, but I saw them crash into a black van. They got scared and drove off to the north. There, he says, pointing his finger at the crossing behind the window. You think you can find this van on your cameras, you ask? Yeah, they were here as well. After fast-forwarding the footage ahead, you finally notice a black van with a broken bumper and a smashed back light on the right side. A relatively tall man steps out of the van, looks around nervously, and goes into the station. The man sitting in the passenger seat stays in the van. Topper switches the view of the footage to the cameras above the counter. Unfortunately, the quality is terrible. The man's wearing a baseball hat and sunglasses. He's looking down the whole time, so you can't see his face properly. He takes a phone charger from the shelf, checks if it fits his phone, throws $20 on the counter, and leaves hurriedly. This is exactly what I was saying about a missing phone. They had stolen the phone from our deceased, and he just went and bought a charger for it. That's exactly what's happened here. So we now have our killers. Can't see their faces. We know it's a pair of men in a black van, and they've stolen our victim's phone. That's exactly what has happened. And now we get to turn it for free. It seemed that the security footage was a waste of time when suddenly something unexpected happens. On the footage from the camera pointing at the gas pump, you see the van's passenger. He gets out, stands behind the van, examines the smashed lamp, waving his hands angrily. He looks toward the driver who's standing at the counter and yelling at him, pointing at the car. Illuminated by the station's spotlights, his face is clearly visible. Bingo. You download the file, send it to the police station, and wait. Several minutes later, while on the way to the police station, you receive the call. The stocky man from the photograph is Antonio Russo. His files provide information that he served a bit for assault and battery. Currently, he's an owner of an auto repair shop. Wow. Antonio Russo. Okay, now, here's a good example of a lead that we shouldn't waste our time on. The owner of the red cabriolet. That's surely not useful to us to deal with these kids, right? Because I think from this phone charger thing, it's clear these are our guys. So the kids in the red cabriolet are of no interest to us. I mean, you could imagine a scenario where they're relevant, like these guys tracked him down, but I feel like we don't have a motive, but we've got one of our two people, Antonio Russo. Sounds like he could be mobbed up. Now we could go right to the repair shop. Boy, that sounds risky. We don't have to go now, but we are in the fieldwork section. But we're not going to go right now, obviously. That seems like that might spook that guy. I don't know that I'm inclined to go there until we have got something more to go on. But we might discuss it before we leave the fieldwork section. And I'm totally against trying to track down those kids. So we have two more fieldwork things we could do. We could talk to the employees of the motel, and we could go talk to the writer to get some background. You got a preference? So here's a question that we don't know the answer to, but would be nice to know the answer to. Is there an insider at the hotel, at the motel, which have turned off the electricity? Or did these guys arrive in their van and turn off the electricity? Like, what are we going to learn from these motel workers? Is it worth the time? Here's how I see it. We surely need this background information about this article because it leaked. He already published an article. So I think we're going to need to go here. The hotel we could theoretically skip. So let's do this one first. But Debbie really wants to talk to the staff. Let's do this first, get some background, because it's all a matter of priorities. So Article 320. Talk to David Howe about his article. Sorry, not Article 320, but no. All right, let's see what we've got. 1 hour goes by. We're now at 19. I'm glad you found a moment to talk, you say, shaking hands with Howe. The journalist sits at a table, sipping a small table of a small coffee shop on the street corner, sipping a cappuccino. Well, of course, David Howe, the pleasure is mine. He points at the chair, inviting you to sit down. Once the server brings you your coffee, Howe gets down to business. All right, then, how can I help you? Please tell me more about what you wrote in your blog post. As you wish. He puts a cup aside. This murder was a thoroughly prepared operation. Jimmy Precio's son, George, visited Boston for more than 2 weeks back in December. The People lawyer to Precio had been preparing for that day for months. The symbolism of that murder is in its date. It was committed on May 12th, the day Jimmy Precio finished his 15-year bit in state prison and is ready to recapture his reign over the city. The evidence left on the crime scene is a manifestation. The visible traces were left on purpose and clearly suggest it was him who carried out the judgment. Interesting. Precio had planned everything. I know that his son had access to Parkinson's files and knew exactly how to find and eliminate him. It was a familial vengeance. There are no doubts about it. Game Portrait 19. Okay. Who is this, the guy we're talking to? Or is this the guy that just got out of prison? It's kind of weird that it doesn't tell us. And it's pointless. All right, before I turn this over, let me understand this. He says the murder was prepared, was a planned hit. He says Jimmy Precio's son, George, has visited Boston and was planning this. And the day of our murder, May 12th, is significant. That's how he partially knows, because that's the date that Jimmy Precio finished a 15-year term in prison. And the evidence at the crime scene were left on purpose. Precio planned everything, and his son had access to our victim's files and knew how to kill him. It was revenge for something we don't know. We get to turn it over for free. Yes. You have any evidence to support your claim? As far as I know, all the evidence is in your hands. You've secured enough material to sentence George Precio and his father. How do you know all of that? I cannot reveal my source. Reporter's privilege. Is there something you can reveal? I suggest you go to the Italian district and listen carefully. Here, for example, he writes down Casa Bologna's address on a scrap of paper and hands it to you. Good luck. And here we get to read the article he wrote. May 13, 2020, 8:04 a.m. Today, early in the morning, at the quiet Sunset Motel in the suburbs, the body of a 45-year-old man was found. On the crime scene, there was evidence that revealed Jimmy Precio's involvement in the murder. Jimmy Precio was supposed to leave state prison yesterday, but he was injured in a brawl and transferred to the hospital, where he's still being treated. He used to be known as the most influential mafia boss in the city. There's every indication that Precio, supported by his son and associates, is trying to take back his power and show his enemies that he's back in the game. So he's given us a restaurant to go to that we could listen in on the Mafia Precio's team and perhaps overhear them talking about this hit. Or we could investigate David Howe himself, because David Howe, the reporter, seems to have some confidential informant that told him not just that the evidence pinpoints to Precio, but told him that we have the evidence, that the cops collected it. So it sounds like his informant might be a police officer. Neither of these appeal to me that much. Not sure I believe him. And we have the name of someone that we know is involved in the hit, that we think was involved in the hit. So this might let us overhear that they're not involved, or that they are, but neither of these are not high on my priority. It's worth underlining one point. It's very clear to me from the gas station that these two men in the van have stolen our victim's phone. Now, I jumped to the conclusion that that means they're his killer. That's logical. It's hard to see how you'd get that phone if you weren't the shooter. But it's not guaranteed. You could imagine that these people in the van were like his backup. They hear him get shot, they run in and grab his phone. But it is a little odd that they would need to buy a charger right away. Like, that would not be the thing you would do if you were part of his team. So I still think these guys are the killers, which means I'm less anxious to follow down the Italians. I feel like that might be a dead end. On the other hand, if we hear these guys talking about if we hear the guys at the restaurant talking about Russo, who we've identified in the van, that would give us our connection. What does the channel think? I'm a little suspicious of Howe and his info, to be honest. Yes, so am I. And also, how did he get to this motel so quickly? I feel like he's being tipped off as a decoy. Always the question here is where to go next. Okay, Anna wants to go to, not Anna, Debbie, sorry. Debbie wants to go to talk to the motel employees. So let's do that, 313. But remember, we can't chase down every lead to the deepest extent or we'll run out of time. Another hour has passed. 6 of our 24 hours have passed. A quarter of our time is gone. I've been working here for so many years, the cleaning lady says and grabs her head. Oh, I've seen some strange things. Oh, but the murder. I only remember that in 1997, when there was still a pet shop across the street. You chime in before she tells you her entire life story. Did you come into Parkinson's room on the 12th of May? Oh, yes. I went there before lunch to take out the trash. There was a slightly open bag under his bed. I swear I don't paw through guests' private belongings, but there was a lot of money sticking out of this bag. I don't even want to know why he needed so much cash. A whole bag of bills. Can you believe that? Did you notice anything else that seemed suspicious? Well, not in the room. But in the evening, when my shift was almost over, I heard a crash in the parking lot. I looked through the window in the staff room and saw some teenagers speeding away from our parking lot in a red cabriolet. A few minutes later, I heard an argument. But these weren't those kids. It was some short, stocky guy. He yelled something in Italian to the other guy, a tall one. They argued for a moment. The shorter guy was pointing at the smashed lamp in the car and then drove off. It was a big van, black. Maybe Brandon knows something more. He left a few minutes after me, as far as I know. Where can I find him? Oh, he lives there, down the street. And then we get to turn it over for free. You arrive at the address pointed out by the cleaner. You approach the door and knock. You hear a creaking door at the back of the house. You wander back to the driveway and see someone running away through the backyard. You draw your weapon and follow the escaping old man. A moment later, you catch up to him and push him over. He's terrified. You're Brandon, right? You ask. Yes, it's me, Brandon Sullivan. It's me. Oh, my God. Why are you running? Please, I'll tell you everything. Just stop aiming at me. I'll tell you everything. You drag him back into the house before the neighbors start to gather. All right, now calm down and tell me what your running off was about. The cash, says Brandon, panting. I hid the cash in the basement. Tell me the truth. I hid the bag in the basement, but I didn't take a single cent from it, I swear. Please don't arrest me. Yesterday, when I finished fixing an electrical problem in the motel, I saw the door was open. I peeked in there, and I saw that the guy was not responding. I ran up to him, checked his pulse, wanted to help him, but he was dead. I knew I had to call the cops, the ambulance, anything. But when I came closer and tried to do something, I saw the bag under the bed. I took it and hid it. There's about $10,000 in there. I'll give it back. I'll give everything back. Just don't arrest me. All right. The two in the van were Italians, says Debbie. Yes, well, a name like Russo, that guy's definitely Italian. But so now this is really interesting. So first of all, we thought that first it seemed like Brandon might be involved in messing with the electricity. But this gives us a little bit more of a timeline too, because we're told the car crash came at 9 p.m. while they were fixing the electricity. And he's saying, well, after the electricity, I saw that the door was open, so the guy has been killed by now. And then he sees the bag of money and takes it. Now, that is fascinating. Why? What is so unusual about this that sort of is a big clue? This is like the dog that didn't bark situation. What am I talking about? Tell me in the chat. What am I talking about? What dog didn't bark? 9 p.m. They're fixing the electricity. There's a crash in the parking lot. This guy's walking on his way back to his office. Doors open. He goes in. He sees the guy's dead. He sees the bag of money. He takes it and hides it. Now, what is so strange about that? The murderers didn't take the cash. Exactly right. That's a very weird thing. No, it's not strange that he didn't leave the body. He knew he was going to have to call the cops, but the natural assumption would be that this was a robbery. But there's a bag of $10,000 in cash sitting in the middle of the room in plain sight, and our killers did not take it. So this was not a robbery, which it really seems like that would be logical. This gives a little bit more weight to this idea that this was a revenge killing. Yeah, this makes it maybe a little more likely that this is a revenge killing. But I'll tell you what seems also possible, that someone is trying to frame this guy who's getting out of jail for this killing. Right? So it's not a robbery. That we now know. This reporter who's got inside information, it's got a very convenient story to tell. Jimmy Precio's getting out of jail, and his son arranged this revenge killing. Okay, that's a little... Now it is looking like a revenge killing, so yeah. But is it not... Does it not seem more interesting if what's happening is someone is trying to frame Jimmy Precio for the murder and has leaked information to this press guy in order to set up that story? That's what my gut is telling me. My gut is telling me that someone has arranged this to make it look like this other mafioso. In fact, the story about Jimmy Precio getting out of jail makes me think it would be a rival. So if someone has leaked information to try to get Precio and his sons caught, he says, I want to see, he's getting out of jail. I think the people that he would replace, he says, let's see, preparing for the day for months, ready to recapture his reign over the city. So I think that the current mob in Boston might be afraid that this guy is going to get out of jail and he and his son are going to come take over the turf. And so they're trying to frame him. What is the story about he was supposed to get out but didn't? What kept him from getting out? So I think if we go down here, this may be a frame up on this guy. So I'm less interested in actually going down here. Why he was supposed to get out but didn't? Where did we learn that? Why isn't it on this card? Finished his 15-year stint. I'm quite sure we read that he didn't actually get out of jail. Do you remember? It was in the blog post. Oh, in the blog post. Okay, let's see. Was supposed to leave state prison. He was injured in a brawl. Okay, I think this is more clue. They are trying to hit this guy, Jimmy Presio, before he gets out. And I suspect that they tried to kill him in prison to keep him from getting out. And they're trying to frame him. That is my guess. So now let me suggest a different way to think about this. If I'm right, it might be that David Howe's contacts will lead us to the real criminals. Like if we find who David Howe's contact is, we might find that his contact is a current mafioso. So I am a little more friendly to the idea of tracking down David Howe's contacts and not following his suggestion. So I think we skip listening to him going to this restaurant. I don't trust it. It's not to say we might not get interesting information, but I don't trust him. So I'd be inclined not to do that. And this is the one that's harder not to go to. Like, we've identified this guy, but I don't see how we're going to get information from him at his auto shop. He's just going to say, I don't know what you're talking about. Talk to my lawyer. So I think we're done for now with field work. As weird as it sounds, I don't think we should bother trying to confront the guy in the car. I think he's just a paid hit. So with that said, I think it's time to move on from field work. I think we're going to get some future field work opportunities. So I think we're going to have to end up coming back to field work eventually. So I'd rather wait on those. Those don't seem as high priority to me. I think I'm more interested in perhaps David Howe's connections, and the other entry we had at the police was Homebrew Limited that our guy had an appointment with. So I think those are two leads I'd like to follow up at the police station, but I'm also keen to go to the autopsy crime scene. It feels like we're going to have to go there. Although you could argue that it's probably just planted evidence and that we shouldn't fall for it. But surely we have to go there. Surely we need to go look at the autopsy. There's no way we're not doing that. I'd hate to have to go there and come back, though. What do you think? Police or autopsy? Which one first? We got 2 leads at the police station, 1 lead at the lab for the autopsy. We need to know how he died. Debbie, what are you talking about? He's got 2 bullets in his chest. We know how he died. I'm guessing that when we go to the lab, no, there's no struggle. I think, I'm guessing when we go to the lab, it's going to be false clues that try to send us towards Jimmy Presio. So I'm very doubtful we're going to get, but autopsy, I mean, surely you got to go to the autopsy. You can't very well close a case and the boss says, what did you learn at the autopsy? And we say we didn't go. I just wonder if we might go there later. All right, I think we have to go to the autopsy. It's crazy not to. So we're going to go ahead and go to the autopsy. So we're going to have to travel to the lab. That takes us an extra hour. Ouch. And now we get 307. I really think this is going to send us on a wild goose chase, but all right. Here we go. The first report awaits you in the lab. On 2 hours have passed. Okay, we're down to 15. First report awaits you in the lab. On the crime scene, forensics has secured fingerprints, DNA samples, and additional material evidence. Most of the secured traces need to be examined further, but the first results are ready to be analyzed by the investigators. When you sign the papers to confirm you have received the files with the reports, you get a call. Constable Clarkson informs you there's also a coroner's report waiting on your desk. You ask him to send you the scans. Moreover, he says they found Anna Parkson, the victim's wife. She arrived as fast as she could. She's available at the station right now. You may file an application for a domestic search warrant for Jimmy Presio's house. You could have come here first and you wouldn't even know who this person is. Decide now. All right, well, we're not going to do that. Wow, that's rough. Well, we have to decide now. That's a very weird choice to be given now. I'll tell you what, it's weird in a couple ways. In one way, you might say, well, why not get a search warrant and see if anything turns up? But I agree with the chat that we don't really have enough evidence for it. But we're not going to have another opportunity. But the second point is, I think he's being framed, so I don't think he did it either. But I don't know if it's just worth an hour to do that. But look, we wouldn't do anything if we chose that. We just gained this marker. That's very weird. All right, well, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. I don't feel like we have enough evidence for that. It's not asking us if we do, though. File an application. Okay, so maybe that's a little clue. Like, we're not doing anything with it. We're just asking for it. But I don't think we have enough information. We're likely to lose it. So we're not going to do that. So now we get to read the rest. The coroner's report, the forensics report, information on our victim, and we gain portraits 16 and 17. And then we're going to have to decide right now whether we want to ask the lab their opinion. Then we could talk to his wife, or we could visit his house. I see. So if we apply for a search warrant, then when we visit his house, we might be able to get in. But if we don't file an application, he's probably not going to let us in. What's the likelihood that this is all as straightforward and we basically got the... It can't be as simple as that, right? Because then we basically have the case solved right now. All right, we're not filing for a warrant, but it does mean that this is not as appealing at this point. All right, well, let's just follow our instructions. Once we're sure we're not going to file for a warrant, but Perry says this is our only chance. I know, but we don't have the evidence. Do we? I mean, depends how you look at it. But I'm going to say we don't have the evidence. So let's just follow these instructions and start reading these reports. So the first report is Files 303. Autopsy analysis carried out by Dr. Tanya Johns. Let me see if I can read it better this way. It's sort of tough no matter how you look at it. Victim was Robert Parkson, white male, age 45, height 5'11", brown hair, brown eyes. Cause of death, heart failure caused by gunshot wound. Examination results. Autopsy report revealed that the cause of death was 2 gunshot wounds in the chest. The shots were fired from a short distance. The victim died on the 12th of May between 9 and 10 p.m. So right after the crash in the parking lot. A trace of alcohol was found in the victim's blood. Okay, meaningless. That was not at all helpful for us. Forensic report, Files 302. There's going to be forensics report from the crime scene. Oh, wow, look at this. Secured fingerprints. Fingerprints belonging to the cleaner found on multiple surfaces. Suzanne Clark. Fingerprints belonging to the maintenance person, Brandon Sullivan, found on door handle, chair, TV, and in the bathroom. Why is he touching the TV? I mean, he is the service man. Fingerprints belonging to Robert Parkson found on multiple surfaces. Fingerprints belonging to Jimmy Presio found on a cigarette butt in the ashtray. Fingerprints belonging to Robert Parkson found on 2 glasses. On one of the glasses, there are other fingerprints smudged and unable to identify. Material evidence. 2 glasses containing alcohol. Collected sDNA, saliva. One of the DNA materials belongs to Parkson. The other one is unidentified. Confirmation withdrawal of $10,000 from Wells Fargo Bank on May 12th. Confirmation was found crumpled in the trash bin. Fingerprints belonging to Robert Parkson were found on the paper. Printout of the first page of the Boston Globe from August 16, 2005, containing news of Jimmy Presio's imprisonment. The printout was tacked to the wall. Ballistic reports. The bullets were from the Beretta 92 that used to belong to Jimmy Presio and was secured after his arrest on May 15, 2005. The gun has been stored in a police storage room with other evidence. Note, we've been informed that the gun is no longer in the storage room and has been reported missing. So, huge clues here. What do you notice? What jumps out at you here? Yes, that's exactly right. That is exactly right. I think this is complete confirmation of our theory that this is a clumsy attempt to frame Jimmy Presio. But it's not just an attempt to frame Jimmy Presio. It's a police-involved framing of Jimmy Presio. Whoever is involved in this frame-up is using the gun that was in police custody. I think all of our instincts that Jimmy Presio is not behind this are true. And there's a police officer who is doing this frame-up, and the police officer is the source to the reporter. So we've got a bad cop somewhere. We've got a bad cop who's trying to frame Jimmy Presio. They've got a cigarette from his jail. They've left it deliberately out in his room, knowing that his fingerprints would be on it. We've got a bad cop to discover. All right. I think we know how to attack this, or where we're looking for. All right, let's get the history of our victim, Robert Parkson. So we want to go to personnel files so that we can ask for name. Robert Parkson. Robert Adam Parkson, April 19, 1975, Oakland, California, 5'11", no weight, shoe size is AB positive. Real name is Silvio Remora. He was a witness during Jimmy Presio's legal case. Case files 27582005. He's now under the Witness Protection Program. Meaning a cop would be able to find where he lives. He has a wife, and we can look up information now on Silvio Remora and Jimmy Presio. So he probably testified against Jimmy Presio, and that's why he's witness protection. But more importantly for us, the cops who have access to witness protection records could find him. So his real name is Silvio Remora. Let's look up Silvio. These are free for us, unless they tell us it takes extra time. So here's his original record before they changed his name in witness protection. In 2005, he took on a new identity, Robert Parkson, under the Witness Protection Program. He was arrested in 2005 for drug trafficking and selling stolen car parts in his auto repair shop. That's interesting. Another auto repair shop? Let me point out one other thing. If we're right about this frame-up, we still don't know what he was doing. What was he intending to purchase for $10,000? Who was he meeting? Like, what was going on? Was it a drug deal? We still don't know that part. So that's a mystery now. If he wasn't killed, if he was killed as a frame-up and not to rob, it still doesn't explain what he was doing. Okay, so there was that one. And now auto car repair shop. That's interesting. That makes me want to go back in there. So let's go back, though, to Robert Parkson and look up Jimmy Presio. Convicted to 15 years of imprisonment. Ends supposed to be set free the day our guy was killed. Drug trafficking, illegal bets, and tax fraud. He's got a wife and a son, and there's the son, George, we were told about. We were told about DNA, SDNA, but that's a different mechanic. So going back to the crime scene file. All right, we've looked at all of our stuff. Now we're supposed to get portraits 16 and 17, although we aren't told who they belong to. That's a clear miss in this game. It doesn't make sense that they're not telling you who these people are. Presumably that's Parker's wife. Presumably our victim's wife. This might be Jimmy Presio. I don't know why they're not telling us other than limited space on the cards. So now we must make a choice. We can spend a token to ask the lab about their opinion on the secured materials. In other words, on this information we can ask them about. It will cost us a token. We have 5 tokens, so we have quite a few tokens. But it will also take time. I'd be inclined to not do it. Because I feel like what it's going to reveal to us is that they think they might be planted. And I think we've already figured that out. The only thing we don't know is if they might run tests on like that DNA. Presumably, Jimmy Presio has been in prison. They would have his DNA. I think we don't do it. I mean, I'm a little hesitant to not do it, but ask their opinion. I think we know more than they know. So let's not do it. Let's be a little bit stingy. Now, let's look at these options here that are newly unlocked for us. So we don't get to turn this card over. We're going to keep it on the left side of our table so we know we're not allowed to look at the back. Now, we can talk to his wife. She might be able to tell us what he was actually doing in that hotel room. We can visit Jimmy Presio. I don't think we want to do that. First of all, we don't want to travel to do that. And second of all, I forgot what, second of all, this is I forgot what I was saying. Okay, his wife might tell us what he was doing there. Jimmy Presio, we think he's being framed. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't visit him, because we could visit him and he could tell us, here's my rivals, and I'm being framed, and here's who you should look at. Will he really tell us that? Probably not. He'll probably tell us to talk to his lawyer. And then we could look at the case files of how they were originally arrested. I don't think that's useful to us. So none of these are super useful to us, although I would like to hear about what Robert Parkson was actually doing and what he was up to. So I think probably we're going to end up talking to his wife, but I agree, Debbie, that we've got more important things, but that would mean, oh, we're going to have to leave the lab anyway. There's nothing else to do at the lab. Okay, so I think now we travel to the police station and we do our police station leads. So we're traveling to the police station. Another hour goes by. And what's our high priority lead? Our high priority lead is to find the corrupt cop. And we think the best way to do that is David Howe's contacts. Try to find out more about David Howe and his contacts. Okay, here we go. 317. It's on our left. So these we have access to both sides. This one we're not allowed to flip over. David Howe's contacts, 317. At the police station, 2 hours go by. All hands on deck. You address the investigating team, which is gathered in the briefing room at the police station. We need to find out everything there is to know about Howe. Find out where he gets his information. It's impossible. He's got information concerning the murder ahead of us. He has an inside man, either in the police or in the mob. Find them. The team goes back to their desks. After an hour or so, you receive the first reports. In 2007, David Howe was fired from the Boston Globe. He worked there for 8 years. Rumors say he did something unforgivable during an investigation commissioned by the newspaper and was forced to give notice. Since then, he has been writing a popular blog about the criminal underworld in Boston. This is interesting, says Claire, and shows you a printout with a mess of numbers. These are his tax returns. Officially, he has practically no income except from the advertisements on his blog. No, this is interesting, says Thompson from the other room. An IT specialist working here for a few months now. Come and see. You rush to his desk. I went to his blog. He uses WordPress, so you can dig a little. He smiles viciously. You give him a scolding look. The article in question was published at 8:11 a.m., but you can find an earlier version if you know where to look. Earlier version? Yeah, it was published at 8 a.m. I suppose it was scheduled automatically. It's another version of the text. What do you mean? Do you have it? Right here, Thompson smiles brightly. So here was the article he prepared ahead of time. Last night in the quiet Sunset Motel, Robert Parkson was murdered, killed in cold blood. His real identity was Silvio Remora, and he was state's evidence in the famous case 15 years ago, the conviction of Jimmy Presio. This date, May 12th, is not a coincidence. The exact day Jimmy Presio was released from state prison. In the light of the evidence secured on the crime scene, the police have no doubt about who committed the murder. Presio waited 15 years to execute his judgment. Family and friends could wait. His first priority led him to the quiet Sunset Motel. When did we receive the lab results, you ask? Just before noon. Did he know? You don't finish the sentence. Everyone in the room knows what's on your mind. And then we're adding something that we can look up in the database. So, I mean, clearly the main clue here is that he knew ahead of time, but is there evidence for us about what has changed? So in the first article draft, he was revealing his true identity. In the final published version, he doesn't mention his identity. I can think of one reason why. Both are framing Jimmy Presio. So, do you know what I'm thinking about why you would want to edit that? Oh, it's a little subtle, but I'm thinking like he's working for a cop, right? A police detective. And he's shown him this draft, and this guy says, "You can't say what his real name is, what his alias and real name was. They're going to ask how you knew that. Like, you can't have that information in there. Only witness protection people would know that. So you can't put that in the paper. They're going to know you have a contact in witness protection. So maybe they said, or he thought he had better judgment. He realized, oh, okay. I better remove that. Otherwise, they'll know I have a police contact. But we've already figured out he has a police contact. Now, what is this SM86756? What is that representing? SM86756. Okay, let's go put it in and see what it's all about. It's a signature. SM. Do we type the SM? This is the first time in any of these cases we've got anything like this. 86756. 86756. It's supposed to be SM colon. Let's see what happens here. And we've got a description. I don't really understand what we're being given here. Before I type this in, when did we receive the lab results? And what is SM supposed to be? Are we told somewhere? Signatures. Let's just read this for a second to see what we're supposed to be thinking about here. SM is material. I don't know what this is. I don't really, well, let's see if we do it. If we just say add and match. Okay, not found, but I'm in SM, so maybe we don't need the SM part. And maybe I'll write down this was at 317B. Evidence that David Howe changed the contents of his article. The team unlocked an achievement. Great job. Okay, I see. So this is just like a little marker that's going to get us a bonus score because we were smart enough to suspect David Howe. All right, that's all. It was just a little marker. Unfortunately, we did not find the name of any cop. But maybe this is just the kind of game this is. We are never going to get a name. Okay, we've tracked down David Howe's contacts. We're at the police station. What other police work do we want to do? I guess we're very curious about this one, Homebrew Limited. This might give us clues about what he was doing in the hotel. We could also look up his case files. I'll tell you why the case files might be interesting. Because we could get the name of a police officer involved in those original cases. And his wife. Okay, I guess this one we are really curious about. He's got a business card and a note to meet Sophia at 4:30 p.m. So I guess there's no way we're not doing this. Let's take a break first, though. When we come back, we'll visit Homebrew Limited. We're back. I want to reread this because I think maybe I glanced over this in making our own conclusion, but I do think probably when we're reading this, it's not that they filed this so early. I think he is saying, did he know? I'm thinking he's saying, like, did he know that Robert Parkson is in witness protection? And his real name was Silvio Remora, and that's what they're talking about. Like, how did he know this stuff that only the police would know? Okay, we've decided to go to... We've decided to go to one of our earlier leads about Homebrew Limited 310. It's at the police station where we already are, so we don't have to travel. It says an hour has passed, so we're down to 11. The Homebrew Limited Company was founded 15 years ago and has its headquarters in Boston and is a local business operating in the construction industry. The company's chairwoman and its owner is Sophia Bianchi. 15 years ago, she was detained during Jimmy Precio's arrest. According to her file, she was released on bail 24 hours later and was eventually cleared of charges after Silvio Remora's testimony. The same testimony that led to Jimmy Precio's conviction. You enter the City Hall's database and check the dates. Homebrew Limited was founded 4 months after Sophia Bianchi's detention and exactly 2 weeks after Precio's imprisonment. And now we get to read about these people. Okay, but we've already read Silvio Remora and Jimmy Precio. And now we gain 17, which we already had. So Sophia Bianchi looks like this woman. Robert Parkson's Anna Parkson is the wife. I wonder if is Anna Parkson the witness protection name of Sophia Bianchi? Is that what we're going to learn? Spend to check the company's connections, or we can question Sophia Bianchi. Maybe not. Okay, well, let's look up these people. Sophia Bianchi and Guillermo Troca. That name Troca sounds familiar. Does anyone remember where we saw that? Let's go and do these first. So we've got Sophia Bianchi. Lots of Italians here. Sophia Maria Bianchi, owner of Homebrew Limited, arrested in 2005, suspected of partnership in Jimmy Precio's illegal activities, released on bail 24 hours after arrest, cleared of charges after Silvio Ramora's testimony. Known connections: Peter Lerman is the ex-husband and Julia Lerman is daughter. Okay. And then we've got Guillermo Troca. Who is that? It is a little weird that we've got this name, but no mention of where this name comes from. Like, why are we getting access to this name? Guillermo Francesco Troco. Board chairman of the Clean City Co-Partnership. Victoria Troco, wife. Luca Troco, son. Adriana Troco, daughter. No criminal history. We have blood types, but board chairman of the Clean City Co-Partnership. We don't know anything about that. All right, and we've looked up the rest of them. Now we must decide right now whether we want to check the company's connections. I mean, surely Sophia is not involved in getting our guy killed. Our guy set her free from using his testimony, so he got her cleared. So surely she's not involved in his death. But we have to make a decision now whether we want to dig deeper into this. So I don't think this is going to lead us to our cop or our killer. But I suppose it could lead us to what he was planning to do with the 10,000. Like, is he in charge of political payoffs? I just don't see how this is relevant for our case, but I'm nervous about passing up this opportunity. I just don't know how this is going to bring us to our killer, but it could help us explain what he was doing. I mean, he's clearly involved in some illegal stuff, I think that I think he was doing political payoffs, is what I think. But I don't think this really has to do with our case. So I'm a little hesitant to waste time on it. However, I think if we're too cautious about this, we're going to end up not chasing these things down. And this is our only chance to do this. So I guess I'm going to suggest we do this. So we're going to spend one of our tokens. I think we're going to find that we have plenty of tokens to spend. It's just I'm worried that it's going to cause more time to tick by. So we're going to dig deeper. Okay, thank God it didn't take up more time. You ask Officer Julia Dawes from the fraud department for help. You explain what you need. Julia logs into the system, starts looking for any connections. For the last 5 years, one of Homebrew's biggest clients has been the Clean City Co-Partnership. Guillermo Troco is the board chairman there. Okay, so I feel like something went wrong here. I feel like this name should have been on this backside. Like, we shouldn't be able to read this until we learned this. So that feels like a bug to me. However, it only costs us a token. So no big deal, but that was very weird. That feels like a little bit of a bug. All right, well, we're at the police station. We might want to question Sophia, but we're not in a rush to do so now. So let's remind ourselves of the things we can do. We can look up this case file. Now, initially I thought maybe not, but I think now we have to, because I think it's possible that that old case might give us information about rivals and police officers. So I think this is pretty high priority for me. His wife might also give us information about who he was afraid of. Maybe not, but so I would rank in priority the case file and then maybe his wife. Let's see if there's any other police station places that we haven't been. Sophia, we could talk to at the police station. It looks like that's it. So, police station, we can question Sophia, we can talk to the wife, and we can look up the case file. Okay, I'm most interested in the case file first because I want to get the name of a witness protection person or a cop or something like that. So, or maybe even alternate gangsters. So we're going to stay at the police station and read 323. Two hours passed. That brings us down to 9 hours. You log into the system, confirm your permissions, gain access to the archives. You search for the files from 2005 and find the ones dedicated to Jimmy Precio's case. The files have a few hundred pages. It was a thorough investigation. You go through page after page, trying to get the gist of the case and to find any details that might still be significant. The files clearly say that back in the day, Jimmy Precio ruled the city's underworld, responsible for drug deals, car thefts, and bets on illegal fights. You find documents concerning 32 attempts to arrest Precio in the years 1982 to 2005. Every time he was released due to insufficient evidence. The city of Boston paid him compensations 7 times after his lawyers filed suits for damages. And then it says flip over for free. The breakthrough came in 2005. Jimmy was arrested during one of his girlfriend's birthday parties. The police also arrested 4 of his subordinates and 3 women attending the celebration. The same evening, in another part of the city, a drug deal was interrupted. It happened in the garage that belonged to Silvio Remora. 7 people were arrested. The investigation was led by Mike Spears. You check the system for ways to contact Spears, but it informs you that he was killed 10 years ago in a random shooting in the Italian district. His former partner, Tony Simons, is still alive and lives in the suburbs. He retired a few years ago. Okay, so we've got some files to read and a whole bunch more field work. Very interesting. We've got the names of 2 cops. One was killed by coincidence in the Italian district. A random shooting, really. Let's see what files 323 is. Lead investigator Mike Spears, case status investigation complete, people detained. Jimmy Presio sentenced to 15 years for tax fraud. Dario Conte sentenced to 7 years in prison for tax fraud and money laundering. Roberto Stacchio sentenced to 3 years in prison for battery and extortion. Caroline Ross sentenced to 3 years in prison for drug trafficking. Alec Patterson sentenced to 2 years in prison for drug trafficking. Sofia Bianchi released on bail 24 hours after arrest, cleared of charges after Silvio Remora's testimony. Silvio Remora, charged with drug trafficking, cleared of charges in exchange for testimony as a witness. So Dario Conte was arrested for tax fraud, sentenced to 7 years. Roberto, 3 years for battery and extortion. And Sophia, he gets out. So if our theory is, what is our theory? Our theory is that Jimmy Presio is being framed. Our theory is that there's a cop insider who is feeding information to try to frame him. And here we have a situation where the cop in the original case is killed and his partner is still alive and retired. So what do we think? Would his partner do this for revenge? Or do this because he's a bad cop? I guess your mind always goes to revenge because that's what the movies show, the cop getting revenge for their partners. But is it even more likely that he's just a bad cop? That's why he wasn't killed like his partner, who was a good cop. Debbie is pointing out that either of these people who got arrested at the same time, Dario and Roberto, who both did some time, could be the other person in the van. Now, probably it's not going to be the guy who does tax fraud. probably it's going to be the guy who's got a history with violence. So I think we might want to talk to Roberto. Maybe if we visited the auto shop, we would meet Roberto, then we'd know. But I think we got to talk to Tony Simons, the cop who's retired. He's the one I'm most suspicious of. But that's field work, so we don't want to go into the field until we are ready. Is there anything else we want to do police work at the police station before we continue? Where's the wife? That's the other one at the police station. Oh, there, his wife. We have 8 more time steps left. 8 more clicks of the clock. Sophia's more likely to have good information for us, right? Because she knows the history of Jimmy Presio, although she's out of the life now. All right, let's question Sophia. It's very odd that there's such a big, long case about her. I feel like we're just going to learn what our guy was up to, but not who killed him. But I don't see how we avoid questioning Sophia Bianchi. 3:14. Wow, 2 more hours passed. Now we're down to 7. So see, Sophia Bianchi's expression clearly says, I don't have time for such things in my schedule, so let's be done with this as soon as possible. When you ask about the meeting she had on 12th May, 4:30 p.m., a forced smile fades from her face. I met with an old friend, Silvio. To be honest, I hadn't seen him in such a long time. I almost forgot about his existence. Medium stress level. She's lying. How long? One day he had just vanished into thin air. For the last 15 years, I thought he was lying in some riverbed, eaten by fish. I told him meddling in the mafia's business and selling stolen car parts wouldn't take him far. How well did you know him? Not much. We were just acquaintances, beginner entrepreneurs trying to develop our firms in this city. We had known each other since elementary school. We were raised on the same street. Low stress level, so she's telling the truth. Did he contact you recently? He visited me a few days ago. He said he had some problems, asked for help. I told him to leave me alone. I didn't want to have anything to do with him or his shady deals. High stress, she's lying. Did you tell anyone about your meeting? No, why would I? Besides, I had much more important matters on my mind. High stress. Okay, surely we're going to press her on this. So I'm spending one of our 4 remaining tokens. And let's try to get more information. You show her the photo of the bank withdrawal confirmation you found on the crime scene. Did you give Parkson $10,000, you ask? Sophia suddenly loses all her confidence. Yes. Silvio came to me and said he needs to disappear and that he needs money to do that. I owe him a favor, so I couldn't say no. I wrote a check and told Silvio to get out of my sight. Okay. Well, this is good. This wraps up in a little bow one of our threads. He was hiding out in witness protection, and maybe he's afraid of Jimmy Presio getting out of jail. or he's afraid of something else, but he wants to leave town. So he wasn't buying drugs, I don't think. I don't know how you explain the security camera stuff if this is a one-time deal. But he's gone to this woman. He's like, look, I lied. I kept you out of jail back in 2005. I need a favor. I need money. And she gave him a $10,000 check and said, now we're even. He went. So this meeting was from the previous day, not a future day. He went to the bank. He got his 10,000 and then he's killed. So he either knew Jimmy Presio was after him or he knew someone else was after him. Regardless, we now have solved the mystery of the money and why he came to town to get this money so that he could disappear. But I suppose what we need to be a little bit worried about is whether we're being too clever by saying Jimmy Presio was framed. Is it not just that he did get revenge, but a cop was helping him? That would be pretty disappointing if we just jump to these conclusions when the true answer was so much more straightforward. Well, we don't have that much time left. Do we talk to the wife before we move on to the cops? I'm worried that we're running out of time. Like, what is the wife really gonna know? What is the wife really gonna know? She's gonna know he was scared and leaving town, but will she really know the truth about who's after him? I'm not sure he even knows the truth. I think maybe we don't talk to the wife. I think that might be a waste of time. I'd rather spend our remaining time chasing down the other leads. The wife could say he got a phone call and why he was scared, though. The wife is our only chance at learning what has made him scared. That's a tough one. I mean, the wife probably doesn't know anything, but she's the only one who could know something about what spooked him recently. I think we're going to have to talk to the wife. I've changed my mind. Oh, I don't know. It's unlikely she knows anything, but she's in a position that she might know something that no one else knows. But what would she know? She would know why he's spooked, why he thinks he has to get out of town. But is she likely to just say, my husband said that Jimmy Presio was getting out of jail and he was afraid of him? Like, she doesn't know that they're trying to frame him, right? She doesn't know that they're trying to frame him. Jimmy Presio, but unless we're wrong about the whole framing thing, what is she going to know? All right. I guess we're not going to talk to her. All right. Well, if we're not going to talk to her, then it's time for field work. We can talk to the cop. We're trying to get a feel for whether he's dirty, and talk to these people and see if we can find one of them might be the other person in the car. And then we might return to the auto shop of our shooter. And then we might go to this restaurant. So we won't be able to do all of those, but I think that's how we're going to end our case here in field work. All right. So we're not going to have time. We might have time to do 3 of these, maybe 4 out of 6. 3 out of 6 we can anticipate, and then we might, some of these might lead open to others. So the one I'm most interested in is Tony Simons, because I want to see if he's dirty. So we're going to go to fieldwork. So we're going to travel to fieldwork, which takes us down to 6. We've got one more lead before our recap. We're going to talk to Tony Simons, 318. Two hours pass. You drive to Simon's house and ring the doorbell. A moment later, you see a world-weary man in his 60s. Years of service have definitely had an effect on his health. You show him your badge, a 6-pack of beer you bought on the way, and ask him for an informal conversation about an old investigation. At first, he gives you a suspicious look, but then he weaves you in. Yeah, whatever, he says, lets you in. You explain you're interested in the case of Jimmy Precio's arrest on the name Mike Spears, the policeman who led the investigation. Well, the secret to Mike's success was bribing and cutting some shady deals with everyone, says Simons. His grandchildren still believe he was the superhero of this city, but the truth is, he ponders about something for a moment, opens a beer can and takes a sip. Well, he was killed in a random shooting about 10 years ago. Precio was already in jail. The whole city was going downhill. To be honest, when Precio was around, we didn't have much to do, at least. He was keeping a tight rein, not only over his own people, but his enemies as well. No one could step in for him. How did you manage to catch Precio? Well, Mike made a deal with some young Italian girl. She was definitely eye candy, Sophia something. She twisted Precio around her little finger. She tipped us off about a drug deal going on in Silvio Remora's garage. Remora was a wrangler working for Precio. We gave him a choice, either serve 15 years or cooperate. Remora agreed to testify. He was under FBI witness protection program. All the heroin that was secured in the garage and disappeared under unknown circumstances went to Sophia, and Precio was sent to jail for 15 years. Now, that was some action. And then there's no back to this card. Ah, boy. Sophia arranged all of this. Sophia doesn't have access to the Beretta, though. All right, so this guy, Simons, is clearly not a bad cop. He's retired. He's telling us a lot of information, so we don't know any bad cops. But we're told that Mike Spears, who led the case, was not altogether clean. And we do hear that Precio's rivals were dangerous. But now we're told that Sophia is like a mastermind here. Got this guy taken down. She's probably trading drugs. Hmm. Then Remora makes a deal. This woman's got everyone wrapped around her finger. She gets the heroin and she makes her way into She's a rival. She's perhaps the rival. Oh, um, let me propose a possibility. Okay, here's my pitch. First of all, it's time to, we're instructed now that we've passed the 5 mark, we should do a recap. Let me make a pitch to you. Here's the pitch. Sophia got Jimmy Presio put away. We're told that this guy Parker was the one responsible and that Jimmy Presio would want revenge on our guy Parker. But let me suggest that it's Sophia who's worried about being gotten revenged by Jimmy Presio. And so Sophia is worried about, she's moved up. She stole all the heroin from Jimmy Presio when he was the mob leader, and she is now in power. And let me suggest that perhaps our guy, Parker, did not come to her and say, I need to leave town, give me $10,000, which is a lot of money. What if Parker came to her and blackmailed her or something? And so Sophia pays him off and then thinks to herself, I've got 2 problems that I can kill with 1 stone. I can kill my blackmailer and frame Jimmy Presio, which will keep him in jail. I think that is my working theory. That Sophia and her government connections have organized this and have a connection with the cops. The Clean City Co-Partnership, Guillermo Troca is the board chairman there. Like, I think that, let me just see our personnel files for a second. Where was Guillermo? No information about him. What do you think about my theory? However, this says she was low stress when she said he needs to disappear, he needs money to do that. I owed him a favor, so I couldn't say no. I wrote a check and told Silvio to get out of my sight. Low stress level. Does that mean she's telling the truth? I think maybe we should assume that. But that would assume, and surely if she knew about the payoff, why not steal her money back? Yeah, maybe not. All right. Well, no matter how you look at it, it seems like our best chance at figuring out who might be taking over and want our guy Jimmy Presico framed would be one of these people that were originally arrested, right? Dario Conte, 7 years for tax fraud and money laundering, or Roberto Stacchio, 3 years for battery and extortion. We don't have a way to investigate Choco, right? But we do have a way to investigate Dario and Roberto. I suppose I'd be more inclined to go for the guy who is for battery and extortion, which is Roberto Stacchio. So that's what I'm going to do. Is there any alternative requests before we do that? We're in field work. So there's also the auto repair shop. Does seem a bit crazy that we wouldn't go to that auto repair shop, but on the other hand, so obvious, it feels like, well, we could see another person there that could be useful. Wasn't there something about the Clean City Corporation? I suppose we should take another look at these files that we've gained access to make sure there were no leads that we have forgotten to follow up on. So here's the 302 lead. No follow-up leads. 303 lead. No follow-up leads. Here's Troco, which we read about. He's the chairman of Clean City. And then Sophia. Jimmy Presio. Robert Parkson. So that's it. Unless there's something I mean, Groot says, is it worth checking at the auto repair shop? I mean, it's worth doing all of these, but we can't do them all. We only have 3 hours left, so we're going to have to choose carefully here. We've got 3 places to visit. We might be able to go to 2 of them, maybe just one of them. I don't think we have time to travel. Oh, here's the other thing. We could go to the suspect's house without a search warrant. We don't have information about the height of Dario or Roberto. We might get it when we go there, but we might get 2 more leads. The suspect's house, the auto repair shop, the person who got arrested. All right, let's go to the auto repair shop. There's our killer. It's how do we not do that? So we're going to do 301. I have a fear that we're not going to get information, but I don't see how we not go to the repair shop owned by the killer. 2 hours have passed. That's it. We're now on our last, we're going to be on our last lead here. You park your car in the auto repair shop's driveway. You recognize a black van near the entrance and take a closer look. The van is in perfect condition, not a sign of damage anywhere. A moment later, you're approached by a short, stocky man in a stained uniform. Buongiorno, how can I help you? He asks with a strong Italian accent. You the owner? How long have you been running the shop? I don't even remember. 15 years, and before that I was working as a mechanic here. Don't you worry, he says, touching the mask of your vehicle. Every car leaves this place looking like a new. There's no better garage in the city. What were you doing the night between May 12th and 13th? He gives you a suspicious look. When you show him your badge, he stops smiling. I was sitting at home with my wife, Caso. She would kill me if I went out during the weekday. And that, you point at the black van, it was seen in the city yesterday. Col cavolo, impossible. We've been repairing in here for a few weeks now. Suddenly another car comes up the driveway, burning rubber. There are 4 men inside. You can see from the corner of your eye the garage's owner nods his head slightly, giving them a sign to get out of here. The car immediately turns around and leaves. It reaches the junction and then disappears. What the hell was that, you ask? What? Nothing. They probably turned around on the wrong street and just needed to turn around. Before you manage to ask more questions, a tall man with a smartphone in his hand walks up to you. Boss, you got a call from Mr. Truck. He stops immediately when he sees his boss's stern look. Mr. Torres, right? He corrects him, putting emphasis on the last word. Merda, tell him I'll call you back. And you, he says, turning back to you, you better leave your car for repair or get out. I'm not answering any questions until I see a warrant. He turns back to his office, mumbling something in Italian under his breath. Okay, so we got 2 key pieces of information here. 1 piece of information and 1 reminder. The reminder that we really needed, and I'm glad we got, was that this seems like this might have been all about the phone. And that points me back to Sophia. Maybe, although they wouldn't need the phone for Sophia if they had found that note. Oh, now I want to talk to his wife. What? We should have talked to the wife for the phone information about the phone. Because the phone seems critical to this. Okay, but now we know Troca is... Boss, you got a call from a Mr. Troca. So... I think this is my theory. I think now my theory about Sophia is right, because Troca is calling the killers, and who is Troca? Troca is Guillermo Troca, who works with Sophia. And is it possible they wanted the phone because the phone has records of our guy talking to Sophia? Is that what's happening? Guillermo Troca is working with Sophia. And this is the tall guy. So these are the killers. They're connected to Guillermo Troca, who himself is connected to Sophia. He's in Clean City co-partnership. And Clean City co-partnership is our girl Sophia. Did you give him 10,000? Where is the homebrew? Sophia is the chairwoman and the owner. We know she got all the money and the power after and caused Jimmy Presio to go to jail. And when we look her up, we find her connection to Guillermo Troco, one of their biggest clients. I think maybe our guy was blackmailing her, and she needed that phone to get the evidence. She needed him killed and framed to get Jimmy Presio to make sure he wouldn't get out of jail. And she wants the phone because it's got evidence on her. Think about how we need an answer, a theory about that phone. And I have now given us one. I think he was, blackmailing her over her illegal activities, and or blackmailing her that, like, he's going to tell Jimmy Presio that she was responsible for getting him in jail, or the fact that she's still involved in illegal activities. So she pays him off. He says, just give me 10,000. You'll never hear from me again, which is why she's low stress. He said, he goes to her, he texts her, he's like, I need the money. If you don't give me the money, I'm going to have to go to the police and tell them. So she says, okay. He says, give me 10,000, you'll never hear from me again. She says, okay, here's your 10,000. And then she thinks to herself, I can never let this guy live. He's never going to leave me alone. He'll be back in another 10 years asking for more. So she says, not only can I kill him, I'll kill him so I kill my blackmailer. I'll frame Jimmy Presio with my connections in law enforcement. And that'll keep Jimmy Presio in jail. So I want you guys to go kill him, but you got to get his phone because his phone has records. His phone has text messages showing him trying to blackmail me. Why would the hitman leave her money behind? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Like, why wouldn't they? Wouldn't she want the money picked up because it could come back to her? It's a little tricky. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's possible to give a good answer for that, though. The only reason we said that the person left the money is because that maybe the people they hired were professional and their only job was to They weren't told about the money. Where was the money found again? I mean, the guy who took it. The guy who took it. What does he say? I hid the bag in the basement. I saw the doors open. I peeked in. I saw the guy was not responding. I ran up to him, checked his pulse, wanted to help him, but he was dead. I knew I had to call the cops. When I came closer and tried to do something, I saw a bag under the bed. Okay, so it was actually under the bed. So maybe these killers were just told to grab the phone and get out. And they were in a rush and they didn't look under the bed because that's not what they were looking for. They weren't looking for money. Okay, so it wasn't out in the open, so maybe that's a little easier to explain. Although you would think if Sophia sent them, Sophia would say, keep your eye open for $10,000. Yeah, I mean, you would think that Sophia would tell them to get it, but maybe, it's going through word of mouth. The killers have limited time. If it's not out in the open, they're just told to grab the phone and go. So we're on the 2-hour mark. The rules are a tiny bit ambiguous about this, but basically it says when you get to the 1-hour mark, you can do one more lead, no matter how long it takes. But it's not exactly clear. Like if you do a 2-hour lead that takes 2 hours, I think that's it. So most of our leads have been 2 hours. So I think we're probably on our last lead. The only exception that we might think about is we could move to any location and then do a lead no matter how long it takes, a 2-hour lead. So we probably have one more lead we have one more lead in any location, or probably one more lead in fieldwork, conceivably 2 quick leads in fieldwork, but probably not. But we could go, that means we could have one more lead anywhere. So let's review our options and let me know. Jimmy Precio's in jail. It can't be Jimmy Precio because Jimmy Precio's in jail. He also doesn't match the description, but he's in jail. So he's definitely not the actual killer. But that doesn't mean he didn't hire them. But now we think that, I think it's Sophia. So here's where we could go. We could talk to Robert Parkson's wife. She might admit that he's been blackmailing Sophia. That would probably not, but that would be a huge confirmation of our theory. We could visit Jimmy Oprecio's house. Probably we just meet the son who would say, I got nothing to do with this. We could talk to one of these guys. We might get the name of the tall guy. Maybe that's important. We could go to the Italian restaurant, which I think is a trap. So I think that's it. I think here we are. Here are the things. I think the Italian restaurant that Hal is trying to send us to has got to be a scam. Did we learn more about David Howe's contacts? I want to see this. Where's 317? I want to see if we can't connect him again. So when we went to 317, we learned about, we got into his records. He had that's all we know. He's got a contact. So we don't really know who Sophia's contact in the police is. We'd really love to know that. Is there any of these leads that might get us that? I guess we've done this one, right? That one's done. So Dario Conte was arrested for tax fraud, and Roberto Stacchio was arrested for assault. Sort of depends what angle you want to pursue and how much risk you want to take. It's conceivable that we could talk to Dario and Roberto. Probably not, but conceivable. It's conceivable. Well, it's conceivable we could talk to both of them. Probably not. One of them could give us the name of the other shooter. I'm not sure we need that, though. And could give us a little more information about Sophia. And Robert Parkinson's wife could give us information about whether he really was scared and trying to leave town or whether he was blackmailing. I don't think we have any other way to... I don't think there were any other leads here that we didn't follow through. None of these people had extra leads, and none of these had extra leads. And the only signatures we got were this one about a bonus point. What about questioning? No, we just got that on our files. All right, well, what's it going to be? Can we get back to the station in time to talk to the wife? Yes, we can. Because we've got... it would take us an hour to travel, and then your last lead you're allowed to read no matter how much time it says it takes. So we're here. I think we're here, or we're here. Can't remember which one we're at, but I thought I said that I think we must be here, because I said we might be able to do two. Or, no, we could do one, and then we could do another. Sorry, we're here. So we could do one, which would bring us to here, and then if we do a field work that only takes an hour, then we'll have time for two. If we travel to the police station to talk to the wife, then we'll just have hers, and no matter how long it takes, we're allowed to do it. So if you thought we could do those two field works for 1 hour each, maybe that would be more bang for the buck, but probably those are going to be, everything's going to be 2 hours. So maybe we benefit time-wise from going to police station, but hard to say. We can't talk to Troco, right? There's no way there's no lead that we're allowed to go to that visits Troco. The owner of the car, of the kids. We've got the employees homebrew, we did that. We interviewed Sophia. That's it. You're looking at our choices here. What's it going to be? All right, let's have a vote. Everyone get on record. Where do you want to go? Do you want to talk to the people that were arrested with Jimmy Presio? Do you want to talk to Robert Park, our victim's wife? Or do you want to go to the restaurant that our compromised reporter is trying to send us to? Surely we're not doing that. Surely this guy is trying to send us in the wrong direction. So surely I'm not going to let us do that one. It's these two that I'm open to doing. Dario, Roberto, or Robert Parkinson's wife, or I guess we could go to Jimmy Presio's house without a search warrant. You know, let me just see something. No, we did look up 323. All right, what's it going to be, guys? Time to put your money where your mouth is. I'm trying to imagine what we might learn. I guess if we talk to Dario or Roberto, we could find out that Sophia hired them. That would be confirmation. We could figure out that one of these two is the big tall guy. Then we would have a name to put with it. If we talk to the wife, we could get confirmation that he wasn't scared for his life and that he was blackmailing Sophia. Probably won't. Two votes for the wife, one vote for Conte Stacchio. Anyone else want to chime in? Wow, it's split 2-2 now. Tony Granat came out of the woodwork to vote, and Groot has woken up to vote. Where's my other voting things? Is this a better screen for voting? Votes are taking ages to register. Debbie's vote got changed. Debbie's vote got changed away from the wife. It's not so much that they're taking ages to register, it's they've got to make the YouTube loop. So you put it in, then I see it, and then it takes 5 or 6 seconds because you're on YouTube delay before you see it on your it gets to you. So that's the YouTube delay. All right, couple more seconds, then I'm going to close this vote out. It's your last chance. I mean, we could always cheat, but probably we shouldn't. All right, we're going to stop the vote there. And as you know, this isn't a democracy, but I'm going to go ahead and abide by the channel's wishes, otherwise known as I'm going to avoid taking responsibility. And we're going to travel to the police station. An hour goes by, and then we're going to talk to the wife. All right, here we go. Talk to Robert Parkinson's wife, 306. You meet Anna Parkson. 1 hour goes by. Okay, only an hour. Doesn't matter. We run out of time. You meet Anna Parkson in front of the police station. She drinks a black coffee, holds a menthol cigarette in a shaking hand. You stand in silence for a moment. His real name was Silvio Ramora, she finally says, but you probably knew that already. The FBI took him under the witness protection program. I regret that he'd told me about this. I'd have lived in blissful ignorance instead of worrying every day my husband would get a bullet in his head on his way to work. Did you know from the beginning? Yeah, almost said. At first I was fascinated by that mysterious aura of his, but at some point I started to wonder if Rob was really done with that other life. It was always somewhere in the back of his head. Sometimes he'd wake in the middle of the night covered in sweat, screaming that he was being tracked down, and things like that. We had so many alarms and security systems in the house, as if the entire La Cosa Nostra was about to fall on us. He was setting all of those little cameras everywhere to see who's coming at the door and be able to reach a gun if it was someone sent by Presico. A few weeks ago, it all got worse. He was talking about Presico all the time, that he was getting out of prison soon and he wouldn't let him be. Anna puts out the cigarette in the ashtray on top of the trash bin. You offer her another one. Robert didn't believe his witness protection program would be of any use. He thought he should seek help elsewhere. About 2 weeks ago, he packed his suitcase, said he would arrange everything and that I'd have nothing to worry about. Did he contact you? I have no idea what he was doing for the past few weeks. The only thing I know is, after he left, I found a crumpled note with a few names in the trash bin. I think these might be the people he wanted to meet. Can I see it? Yes, of course. I thought it might be useful. I took it with me, she says, taking a note out of her purse. Troco Bianchi Ricci. Do you recognize any of these names? Only the first one. My husband said that when Presico went to prison, it was Troco who took over the city. Anna takes the last sip of coffee and throws the paper cup into the trash. Finish this investigation quickly. I want to leave this city as soon as possible and bury my husband. Gain portrait 20, and then we could interrogate Guillermo Troco if we had more time. This is Guillermo Troco. Okay, so this is, it seems like this gave us some good information. So he had 3 people that he was going to go to get help from or to blackmail. Do we know who this Richie is? We don't know any Ricci, do we? Remind me if you know anyone named Ricci. Okay, but the most important thing that came out of this card, perhaps, is the fact that he tells us something that is consistent, helps us with our theory. Our theory is that a rival to Presico is framing Presico. And now we finally got confirmation about who that rival is. Troco. So it seems to me that the blackmail theory is still on the table, but now it seems much more likely that it's Troko. Troko's the person who calls the killers. Troko is the person who took over Jimmy Presico's turf. So it seems now probably it's a coincidence that Sophia is working with Troko. Or maybe Sophia is just helping Troko, but Troko is the one with the real motivation to frame Persico. And maybe our guy went to Troko and asked for money, and that's how he caught on to him, and maybe Bianchi gave him the money. It is weird that the wife is the only way that got us to... The Guillermo Troko thing seems a little bit broken where we got it. Her cigarette and ashtray at scene. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't think there is any cigarette in the ashtray at the scene. The cigarette in the ashtray at the scene belonged to Persico, but we think it was planted. Unless I'm misremembering something. So it could be Sophia Bianchi and Troko working together, or it could just be Troko. Maybe the money suggests that it's just Troko and they didn't know about any money. I guess if I had to guess now, I would guess that Sophia gave him the money as a favor and she wasn't behind it all, and Troko is the mastermind behind it all. So it's time for us to solve the case if we're playing by the rules. So why don't we take our 8-minute break? We'll come back and we will do the final report and try to solve the case and see what we've overlooked. I'll see you in 8 minutes for the finale. All right, we're back for the wrap up here. Cigarette and ashtray scene. That's not right. The cigarette in the ashtray belonged to Jimmy Presico, but we think that is someone's framing him. We didn't find the identity of the bad cop. It's possible that we could have found it by tracking down these two people that we chose not to interview. Or it's quite possible that we could find it by interviewing Guillermo Troco. He is the high-up political person who could have contacts. It could be that Richie is the name of a cop that our victim knew. But either way, I feel fairly confident that we understand who the mastermind here, which is Troco, even without interviewing him. It's kind of a shame because it would have been nice to be able to interrogate him. But let's go do our final report since we have run out of time. And then maybe we can look behind the scenes and talk about the case. Are you ready to see and answer the questions? Yes, sort of. Who decided that Robert Parkson must die? Okay, so look, we've only got two choices here. It's either Jimmy Presico, but we think he's being framed. We think Guillermo Troco is the mastermind who's doing it. Who murdered him? All right, we've got choices. Let's see. Jimmy Presico, George Presico, Presico's man. Guillermo Troco, Troco's man, Sofia Bianchi, or he killed himself. Okay, so it's not even asking for his name. So, but we've actually tracked down and we know his actual name and we know he works for Troco because of that phone call. Who revealed the true identity of Robert Parkson to the mafia? Now, that's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. So, first of all, this is a typo. This must mean who revealed the true identity of Robert Parkson to the mafia or the person who killed him. So we have no evidence it's George Presico or that George Presico would have any access to that knowledge. So that's not the right answer. Tony Simons was the good cop who criticized the bad cop. So it's not Tony. That leaves us with these two. And Anna Parkson is his wife. She didn't reveal it. So that leaves us with Sophia, which matches my idea that Sophia was possibly being blackmailed. Also, we know that Sophia worked with Troco, so that would be the logical connection. All right, so this might be it. Let's see what we've got here. 95% correct answers, total 12 of 12 points. That seems like a good score. Probably our best score of any of the three cases. Okay, let's read. Epilogue. Silvio Remora was afraid of the day when Jimmy Prestico would leave prison. He was frightened because if it wasn't for his testimony, the mafia boss would never have ended up behind bars. Remora was granted a new identity, Robert Parkson, and was covered by the Witness Protection Program. But still, he was gradually more and more paranoid. Finally, he decided to seek help among his contacts in Boston. He started with Sofia Bianchi, his old friend, owner of a prospering development company, who started off as a drug dealer. Remora blackmailed her because he knew her criminal history. That's good work, Jesse. Unfortunately, he didn't foresee that Sofia would tell Troco, another mafia boss, Remora was back in town hiding under the name Robert Parkson. That was a chance of a lifetime for Troko. He knew Presico was leaving prison and that there would be a power struggle in the city. He decided to win this war before it even started and set him up for murder. Thanks to his people in prison, Troko managed to obtain Presico's cigarette stump from the prison yard and smuggled it out. He also bribed policemen working in the police station archives and got his hands on a box of material evidence from an old case, a box containing Presico's gun. He had evidence. The only thing left to do is find someone who knew Remora. Antonio Russo was a perfect match. He was Remora's old employee and was a similar impostor to Presico in case of bumping into any eyewitnesses. Troko scheduled a meeting and sent Russo there. Silvio knew Russo, trusted him, so he let him in. Then everything went without any trouble. Shot in the chest, dumped cigarette stump to set the cops on Presico even more. Troko also paid off some of the journalist David Howe's gambling debts and told him to write and publish a story following the murder. But the plan was ruined spectacularly by a mere coincidence. During Presico's last breakfast in prison, there was a brawl in the canteen. Old man Presico got hit with a chair, and instead of leaving the prison that day, he was sent to the hospital. Unintentionally, he got himself a solid alibi. Troko's people were too sloppy to make sure that everything went according to plan. They executed a plan, murdered Remora, and left false evidence leading to Presico. Troko only realized what had happened in the early morning, a few hours after the murder. He started to act, but he was panicked, under pressure, and his every step was a new lead for the investigators. He tried to save himself up by setting up another person, Jimmy Presico's son. He sent Parkinson's files to George to keep up the theory that Presico knew Remora's real identity. But he did it too late. The date and an hour of shipping didn't match the time of the murder. So, like, if we had done the search warrant, we would have gotten false evidence implicating him, which is why we didn't. Troko also told the journalist to urgently change the content of the article, but it was too late. The previous version had already been on the website. So let's understand these scores. Total points 12 of 12. I don't really understand what this is. And what is this? Main questions. So there were 3 questions. I see. So there are 3 questions. We got all 3 correct. And it's saying that for question 1, most people get the answer right. For question 2, only 76% get it right. And for question 3, only 62% get it right. And for our bonus evidence, only 50% of people find it. So, final report, additional questions. I don't know what these links do. They don't seem to do anything. So, oh yeah, we got a bonus point for discovering the trophy. So we got a completely perfect score, and the things that we hadn't figured out, we intuited weren't critical, like what would have happened at his house, how they got the evidence. Probably if we had interviewed Troko, we would have learned a little bit more explicitly that he had political and police connections. This is our best score we've gotten of the 3 cases. 12 of 12. Pretty good. If I was using Facebook, I would share this. Okay, so let's talk about the case. Oh, should I do my normal thing? Okay, let me... Normally we take a little bit of a break, but we've only been on the air for 10 minutes. Okay, I am going to do our normal thing just so that we have an official break. We're going to take a very short 3-minute break, and then I'll come back. I'll give you my final spoiler-free thoughts quickly, and then we'll talk about what you thought of the case. So I will see you in 3 minutes. So we've just finished playing Detective: A Modern Crime board game, Season 1, Case 3, called A Solid Alibi. I'm going to give you my spoiler-free thoughts on this case and the series as a whole very briefly, and then we'll have a longer spoiler-filled discussion with the channel. So I did enjoy this case quite a bit. We played for about 3.5 hours. I would say this is my favorite case of the set. And I think my concerns about the system as a whole is a concern that you could have a bad time here. I think when it works, we've got a very specifically opinionated system here. And that looks something like this. It's very tight on time. That is the key differentiation between detective, modern crime board game systems, and something like Chronicles of Crime or Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. No other game is so stingy, so tight in terms of how much time you have to solve the case, and that you're only going to see, what, half of the cards. And there's this additional mechanic of it takes time to travel and having to make tough decisions about when to dig deeper and investigate a particular lead more. The benefit of that is substantial in that every decision about what lead to follow next is a real tough choice. And I think if you watch this playthrough, you see us really, really trying to figure out how to be as efficient as possible in investigating the case and as smart as possible in terms of not chasing down leads that we think we know the answer, we might know the answer to. And when it works, which I think it did work in this case, it creates a ton of discussion. In a normal game like Sherlock Holmes or Chronicles of Crime, it has a time limit, but it's so generous that rarely do you find stress on time. You're basically like, well, we're not sure, let's go just keep talking, keep chewing up leads. It'll clear itself up. Whereas here, every step, we really have to try to come up with theories that tell us which thread to pull next. And I think it really worked here. I think part of what makes that work is giving you enough clues about when a lead is not going to be helpful. And I think in this case, we got a lot of that. We were really pretty smart about when not to chase down something that we think we knew the answer to. The other reason why this case was particularly successful is because it had some of these one of these key elements that I find very enjoyable in any mystery case, which is facts that don't quite make sense. And I don't want to go into what they were in this case because that would be spoilers, but right from the start, we have facts that seem out of place. And we're constantly trying to struggle to make sense of those facts. That's a great scheme, a great way of telling these mystery stories, and it really worked here. We also saw in this case some of the things in this game system that are kind of cool, which is like the stress levels and the different pieces of evidence. And the other little opinionated philosophy of this game system, which when it works, it really works well, is this idea that when you get to the end, you are not going to be 100% confident. You just can't be. You can't see enough of the evidence to be 100% confident. And the game is designed with these big gaps that you just have to make educated guesses about. And in the end here, it was very satisfying to make those educated guesses correctly. So I think for me, this is a home run case. And if all of the cases ended up like this, I think this would be one of my favorite systems. The danger is that they don't always end up like this, and you could end up sort of on the wrong foot and then run out of time, does hurt a little that there are things you might not have time to do. And so this is in those categories of games where we had a great time with this case, but I worry that not everyone would. Still, I wish they made more of these more frequently. I would absolutely play more. Okay, now we're going to have a little spoiler-filled discussion with the chat. Maybe if we want to look at some of these cards that we didn't get a chance to see, we can do so. What did everyone think? Let's see. We did well. It was shaky. I think it was unfair to make us go through the wife to talk to Troko. Enjoyed it, but I like the completionist theory rather than the limited clues. And Kate agrees. I get that limited clues add tension, but I really like to see everything. Debbie says same, and it's why I hate time. Sorry, we got a whole bunch of group today in this unusual time slot. A whole group of people that don't want the time pressure and want to see everything. I mean, I tend to be that way too, but I'm willing to buy into the... It's nice to have different things. Sherlock Holmes I play, I want to be completionist. The whole nature of this game is to force you to have a strict time limit and only see a certain amount of things. I do think, like it is a mistake to think that that is just a throwaway limit. That really forced us to have discussions at every step of the way. And I do think it's worth, from a design perspective, thinking about how could you have the best of both worlds? Could you have a case where you force the players to operate and make their answers in a very tight time, and then you let them register their answers and go investigate more? I don't know, but I did think this worked very well. By the end of the case, we had an idea of what had happened and who was responsible, but only just. I think that's selling us and the game a little short. I was fairly clear who the mastermind was. I love that I was right about the blackmail. That was actually really nice, because that's a perfect example where we didn't have direct evidence one way or the other. And when we interviewed her, she was in low stress about the $10,000. But I was right. He was blackmailing her. It made sense with the phone. It made sense. So I like it. There's no leeway at all. We'd have struggled to solve the case with even one false lead. Now, I think that is a better critique, and I think that's what I worry about. Like, if we had made 2 mistakes about where to visit and wasted 2 turns, we would have been in trouble. I think if we talked to the wife earlier, we would have figured it out sooner. Yes, I think it turned out that the group's decision to talk to the wife was a good one. But then again, the structure of this game, when it works, is supposed to be that sort of most leads you go to, like, will get you the information you need. So maybe there were other ways to get that information if we hadn't talked to her. Perry says, I really enjoyed this game. So if we take a look at some of the cards we didn't see, like, for example, if we had interviewed our main suspect, what would we have gotten? $321. Oh, sorry, these are the cards we didn't see. Okay, so huge number of cards we didn't get to see, some serious ones. Remember, in this game, we could have tried to execute a search warrant on him. All right, if we had interviewed Guillermo, what will we have learned? Sorry, that's not the right one. We learn a little bit about him. He tries to blame Jimmy. He tries to put all the blame on the son. He says they knew who he was. Okay, so that wouldn't give him away too much. This is just following up someone. If we did a search warrant, no, we could talk to Jimmy. Wow. Jimmy sends you. How weird. So we could arrest him. They talk about a package that would implicate him. I've got nothing to do with the man's death. Please believe me, it wasn't me. This is this whole weird report we could do on the phone. We could have gotten access to the phone. I don't know what would have given us this. Learned about a couple more people. We could have visited Persico in jail, I guess. Shop owner. A lot of these cards look like Jimmy sent us. Tell them that Jimmy sends you. So it seems like if we could have visited Jimmy, look at this. If we had visited Jimmy in jail, we say your fingerprints were found. Everything's pointing to you. He says, I was in jail. I'm still in prison. So I have an alibi. What do you want? Cooperation. How can I help? Tell me how you can help yourself. He says, let me give you some names to follow up on. Conte, Blanco, Sacchio, Cantaro. And he says, here are the things to have so that you can visit them and tell them I sent you so they could talk to you. So we got a whole bunch of those things. We could track down the kid's car, which we knew was useless. This is the restaurant that David Howell recommended, and he sends us on a wild goose chase. Everyone knows a merciless murderer. What about his son? I guess you would have learned that Troco might be the rival here. So actually, that would have been a big clue. Every day I hear people talking about just one thing, whose side people will choose, who will stop being loyal to Troco. So if we'd actually gone to the restaurant, we would have gotten a huge clue. Even though he sent us there to implicate George, we would have learned that Troco was the rival, and that's pretty big. Here we could have searched his house if we had this search warrant. Another restaurant. Who were these? Were these the... I do want to look at the people that we were... In the end, we were debating talking to one of our big debates was whether to talk to the wife, which was important to us, or talk to the two criminals. I'm sort of curious what those would have gotten us. So Dario Conte is one of the people that if we had talked to Jimmy, he would have given us extra information. Oh, look at this. He actually tells us it was Troco. Oh my God, he gives us the whole thing. How can I help you? Are you familiar with Robert Parkson? Yeah, he was clipped by Troco's thugs. They made it look like Prestico's work. Everyone's heard about it. Troco's trying to keep everyone in check. He knows very well everyone would rather see Prestico ruling the city again. He panicked. He wanted to set Jimmy up to put him back in prison. Wow. That would have given us the answer if we had talked to Dar. I mean, it would have confirmed our theory if we had believed him. What about the other guy? 319. Let's see, would he have told us the same thing? Boxing Chub, what do you want? You know who did it? No. Thank you. The guy arrested him is dead. Started a restaurant. The young chick that was caught. Huge construction company does business with Troko. Not one of our old men cares about Remora anymore. Okay, well, one of them wouldn't give you much, and one of them gives you the whole game. That's a little odd. But again, that gets back to the issue of exactly what I was talking about in the beginning. This game feels like you could get unlucky, you could get lucky. It's a little bit prone to being fragile as a system, but when it works, it is a pretty good feeling. I do find it a little odd that if we had talked to this one guy, he would have told us that Troko did it to frame Persico. But maybe the idea is that you wouldn't know whether to believe him. If you had gone down that route, you wouldn't have evidence for it. You just have to take his word for it. It was also a little odd that these didn't get used. We had so many of these left over that we never used. And no bonus score. That feels like that should be a little bit of a bonus score for us. Well, I had a blast. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your good decisions. Couple of faces we never saw. Probably one of those is Persico. One of these is his son. This looks like Jimmy Persico in jail, and that might be his son. Don't know who this woman is. All right, I think that'll do it for us. Unfortunately, no more detective to play. We're all done with it. Maybe they'll come out with a follow-up one of these days. Season 2 feels like something's going on at Portal Games, where they're promising future seasons and future releases, and they just abandon them without ever explaining why or saying anything about it. There was only ever season 1 of this 6 years ago. Dune House Secrets, first of the trilogy, then total silence. All right, I'll see you next time.